Hello, hello, Imaginary Villain here. It's time to get down to some game dev. So, yesterday I was pretty big into doing puzzle things. I decided to set up a system where, upon talking to a character, it actually assembles a puzzle of all these pieces that are supposed to represent like a level that you go into or something, or maybe it's just a painting, I don't know. But since the paintings are how you get into levels, it'll probably represent a level. Probably like Mario 64 did, I guess, with paintings. I also put a character in a wall here. I don't have the character I'm supposed to have in the wall, so Annie's on here. My resident sales girl is living in the wall. We don't talk about it. There is no HR in the attic, so she just has to live with it. And of course, my beautiful assistant Tika here will bust out the puzzle there. I stole the puzzle from my other game. The puzzle pieces actually look a little bloated, to be honest. Like the picture's wrong. She's not, well, it's even the wrong character from the other game, but that's okay. Close enough. It's supposed to assemble all the pieces, and then I'll probably do some sort of a ripple, and then make it so that that it's just a solid image. So basically, I'll just remove all the puzzle pieces, and then I will replace it with an image. So I'll probably have some sort of a flash thing going on, I guess, for that. Then I have to actually make the puzzles for these, but for purposes of testing, I already had this one made, so it'll do. I guess I could test that effect there. I could just do a simple ripple. I have a ripple here, so I don't actually have to go to all the trouble to make it, I believe, right? Or did I just simply remove those ripples? Maybe I removed them. I might just steal the code out of the other game then, so I don't have to remember the exact settings I had for it. Sure, why not? Two games share such similar code, I can get away with a whole lot of doing that. Hi, Breeze Epic, how's it going? I'm just testing out an effect to see, I'm having it assemble puzzle pieces into an actual image, and then once that happens, I'm going to do some sort of a flash effect or something, and then leave it as a solid image, and then from that point on, the player will be able to enter that painting in order to go into the next level. I have them all spawning in the levels at the moment, but I haven't actually done the upkeep to make it work with the system yet, so there's no real tracking on it or anything. It's just kind of there. See if I can remember the actual filter that call it screen ripple. Oh, thanks for dropping by before you go to work then. Depending upon how long you work, I might still be here. Yesterday I was here for 7 hours working on this. So if you worked part-time, then there's a chance I'd still be here. If not, well, you know, the VOD's available later. I think that was the right filter. It'd be nice if I could actually see the filters and, you know, test them, but there's sadly no easy way to do that. Alright. This almost certainly won't be the final effect, but... Ah, it does it on the whole screen, did it over there too. Okay, well... That's not where I wanted it all. Not my favorite. Trying to figure out where I put the code for the actual for this effect, because I actually have it somewhere. It was in this other game I haven't really looked at in a long time. I think I'm just going to go ahead and just manually redo it, but no, this would be fine. That's what it was. It references the player's position. That's fine. We're just going to borrow all that. There's one thing I've learned in doing this: never ever retype commands if you can just simply recycle them from somewhere else. It's so much easier. I think I'm just going to borrow the particle right out of that as well. I did go to all the trouble to make this particular particle, so there's no reason to make it again. I'm going to grab it out of the other one's files here. This particle was called Timer Wind. Okay. Add this into a little pop-it quest here. I already have it, huh? Okay, alright, alright. That's convenient. But did I add it here? I did. Nice. Alright. Do I have the two images it was using? Hopefully this ends up looking cool by the end of it, but we'll see. I just have a vague idea what I want this to look like. Use this fog purple. That has to be in there. Okay. And then I have code in order to, it's called puzzle menu. You have to run false in order to remove all the pictures, so we'll do that. I wrote a lot of this code yesterday, so if you're wondering where all this code came from, that's where. Oh, that is the wrong game, this game. So right about, I'm going to go with here. I'm going to try and remove it all. See if that code actually works correctly or not. I repurposed an old function I made, so it might not. And then I'm going to... We'll just do this really fast. See if that portion works before I add the next thing. Make a test of it first, and then I'll integrate it into the actual game. Maybe because she only looks down. It looks weird otherwise. Okay, well that didn't work. Oh. That's fair. I didn't think to copy the sound file over. That's my bad. What other sound files I got? I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll use Thunder 1, I guess. I don't know what it sounds like. It sounds terrible. Perfect. Whatever. That's perfectly fine. I have to go and hunt through my collection of sound effects I got from Humble Bundle to find the right sound effects or stuff. I have that, and I have sound effects from a pack I got off the Unreal Marketplace that's usable in anything, so like 9,000 sounds or something dumb. It's gonna take me forever to hunt through all that. That's what they don't really ever tell you. It's that, yeah, there's all these things there, but now you have to actually look through it and sort it all, and just, ugh. Well, the timing on that was terrible. False does not remove them all. Why does false not remove them all? It's supposed to. It logged the locations. And the array is the same on that one. And the locations are all the same. Did it console log false, or did it go down the wrong tree here? Let's see. It in fact did go to false, and it ran it 25 times, so it wiped out every single one supposedly. And yet, they are still there. Those seems fine. They were both on the second there, this thing here. Oh, I see. This is just me forgetting to change command. Also, let's play a little bit with the timing here. So it creates the time rewind thing. He does this. Where's the ripple at? Right here. Let's give it longer. Just that much longer is perfectly fine. Sometimes you make these commands for your thing and they're so complicated that you have to actually just copy paste them because it's too much work to do it any other way. This is probably about right. Let me copy the image over from the other one here. Since I literally just took the image from one game and putting in this one temporarily, I should probably copy over the full image and just not the puzzle pieces that assemble the image. Where did I put the full image? What did I call the full image? Do I even have a full image for it anymore, or did I delete the full image and it's just I haven't made new puzzle pieces? Okay, that's probably what really happened. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, we're just going to use the wrong image. It won't look right, but that's okay because eventually I'll have puzzle pieces that assemble this image and not the other one. Here, we'll do this one. It's perfect. And it goes on event 2 for purposes of this test. They're saying, where is it putting the other stuff? We'll put the Z as negative 13 because I want to be behind these the photo and all that, since that's all at negative 11. And then I think the X and Y are... Let me double check this here. I already have an X and Y set up for these for purposes of this. It's saying negative 24 and 180. So, unfortunately, that's the other plugin. And the other plugin doesn't anchor its stuff exactly the same way as mine. Oh, I don't need to edit that. I need to edit this. All right, so what, negative 42 or something like that, was it? I don't know, something like, whatever. It'll be close. I think the image is the wrong size anyway, so it'll be perfectly fine. And then let's do the anchor command so that it puts it where it wants it to be. Do 0.5 of anchor X. Anchor Y. Also 0.5. Well, the illusion won't be very good because it does end up with the wrong image at the end, but as long as I have the system in place, I can change the visuals all day later. That is one of the advantages to being the art guy as well as the programmer, is I know exactly what I want. The movement plugin's not very good. Well, the timing was terrible. The location's not bad. It just needs to be moved up, so negative on that. That sound effect is just an abomination. Just straight up an abomination. Oh my gosh. I hate everything about it. How far we want to move it up? Let's move it up 40, I guess. Maybe I just had the timing right the first time. Of course, all the puzzle pieces would already be there, and then when you put the last one in, it would trigger the effect, so they wouldn't actually be this fast. It wouldn't just flash them in place and then do it. I guess I could have two separate commands. I don't know. It is just a test to see how it plays out. I may even do like some sort of shattered things instead of puzzle pieces. Though positioning, that's a lot harder, so... While it did delete it, it's still far too low, though. We'll just do up 40 more, and then we're gonna do this. Put a weight right here after displaying the pieces so that it has a moment to show something. And then for where it anchors the actual the filter, yeah, I can show event ID on that one. This track's terrible. I'm still sorting through all these humble bundles of music as well. There's a lot of them. Some of them are quite terrible. Some of them, not so bad. I keep randoming the background, so it's always going to be a different background in this painting. You know, I suppose I could code in a way to have them fade out, right? Did I ever code fading into my visuals plugin? I'm pretty certain I did. I think I used it. Let me check over there. If, I have a tarot minigame, and the tarot minigame either deletes the cards or fades them out. I can't remember. The original plan was, well, it lights the cards on fire, and then I don't know if I faded the cards out or if I just disappear them because there's fire on top of them and no one can see. It's one of the two. This mouse movement is horrible. One of the things I need to fix. Oh, thanks, Freeze Epic. I'm definitely hard at doing weird things with this engine. And this isn't even the combat. This is just the story area. Inside the pumpkin house. This character plays a tarot minigame. She floats up into the sky to do it. So apparently they don't want to click right now for some reason. I guess it was a wait. Okay, well now her little trail actually blocks this so much. I updated her trail so it was bigger. And didn't account for this game. Not there. I also really suck at this matching game, by the way. Oh, I'm going to do something about this because like she was much smaller than this, and I made her larger for this map. I think I need to shrink her for this map. Because now she sticks onto the cards too. They were much smaller. Alright, I think this is cool. I mean, we haven't even got to the combat, which is just straight up. Well, I'm working on it being basically Diablo, so I just need to make a quick change to this while I'm thinking about it. This map that she's on is map 20. Okay. So on map 20, let's do this slightly different here. We'll do this here. And we're going to set this to size 4, so she's smaller for this particular map. So everything's smaller for that map. And then otherwise, if it's... Okay, that should do that. We'll just have her RFG those. Yeah, it doesn't disintegrate them. I need to work on a fade out command. Weird little flicker there. I wonder what caused that. Oh, I spawned the little quest people right nearby. Wink. Got myself a thunder thingy. Stops lightning all over the place. Murder stuff. Oh. Okay, well the new oh, there's 2 quest people right next to each other. I put some test quest things in here, so they're not exactly balanced. These minions are, these NPCs show up and they spawn a bunch of things, and if you don't kill them, then the NPC won't follow you. I'll murder all those. I've got a lot of things in the works at the moment. Random firewall things. Apparently these don't want to get hit. Weird. There we go. Then once you do that, she'll follow you out. Just a slight bit of lag on her walk there, but then she walks out of the thing. Oh, thanks. I'm definitely going to tell the art guy, me, that it looks good. He slaves away. He does. And there's also other enemies in this map too, though. Oh, hi Mathis, how's it going? Welcome back. Why are there no dolls? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I think the quest thingy messed it up because I don't have them removing themselves from the array. Where are we at here? Let's see. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, hi, Alice Gristle. How's it going? You're just in time to discover that I messed up some code somewhere and the enemies are still... Well, they're not spawning anymore because I think I made the array too full. Then I forgot which one it was. I think it's actually 2 something. Oh, that projectile's array. They're not removing themselves from the array at all. Oh, I need to make note of that. That's not okay. Bring up a notepad for this. Alright, so that's probably the lightning bolts not removing themselves from the projectile array, right? Lightning bolts. From projectile array. Max enemies is at 7. Current enemies is at 107. Okay, well, and the enemy array is, as you can see, doing bad things. It's probably the tiger kitties. Oh, well, listen, it's not calling, it's not, calling this stream, just doing dumb things in RPGMaker for no reason whatsoever. I definitely am going way out of my way to do things that were probably unnecessary. But that's okay, because, that's half the fun. If you don't, keep deving until the, smoke starts coming out, have you really been deving? And then once the magic of smoke starts to escape too fast, you basically have to try to plug all the holes and keep it, held together. You just get some duct tape out and wrap it around there. It'll be fine. Probably. Maybe. I keep backup, so if it's not fine, it'll still be fine. Probably. I made this dumb quest mob with the sole purpose of... what was it? Which is basically a test quest thingy, but it has a slightly different thing there. It sets itself up a little different. It has a quest NPC option. My ghetto trick to try to make it, me not have to code a whole section just for each quest NPC. Wait, it's probably under the destroyed thingy. Almost certainly. Object damaged. I didn't make a separate one for that. I think it just treats itself as an enemy, right? Is it not? Did I make a separate one just for it? I don't think so. Well, let's follow the line of code of what it does. So, NPC 3 is when that happens. Because all the enemies have to have similar code, I end up pushing a lot of the stuff to common events, and then I don't have to change it on every single one of them. I just change the common event. And then to further improve it, I often take all the code and put it into plugins. Because optimization purposes, running one console command here, actually one script command, not a console command, and then having it just run a whole bunch of JavaScript is much better than having it run a bunch of these commands, because it has to run additional stuff to understand this. It actually converts script commands into strings, of all things, and then turns the string into code, and then runs it. And the actual thing it uses to run the code for that to decide that it's a, or to interpret the string. It's actually one of the least safe and most intensive commands out there in JavaScript. Huh. Just a fun little tidbit. I forgot what it was called offhand. I'd have to look it back up. I never actually use it. Except for here when I put a script command in because, well, I'm kind of forced to. So MPC3 happens. And MPC3... it does this. So the spawn table, but the spawn table is currently set to be enemy, so it should just follow the enemy thing there. You know, that's a really good question, Alice. I honestly don't know. I mean, it would make sense if, you know, they took a lot of the ancient, you know, written codes and everything, and they just decided to, they took one look at the computer code and everything like that, or the, you know, this, what they had for computers when, back when they had those wheels where it was just, they just made notches in the, like, actual, like a strip of film or whatever that was, and then, it would just read it, spool on through it. So maybe that's where they got it, because it looked like it was written in code effectively, like, you know, written, it was like, you know, a coded message, except for, well, obviously it's computer code at that point, but maybe if I had to guess, you know, if someone put me on a game show or took me in a back alley and put a gun to my head and said, hey, guess how my code is called code, you know, for computer stuff, that would be that'd be it, I guess. Probably followed with a, what a weird question to ask in a dark alley. I mean, why this question? I guess I'm going to run some console commands to figure out what's up with this. And this will be listed as page 3. Whenever you have a problem in these things, just put console commands at every step of the way. If you do that, you'll eventually see where the code breaks, 100% of the time. It won't necessarily fix the problem, but you'll see where it breaks. Object damaged. Hot copy paste action here to save some time. See, the way I'm doing this is whenever each of these is spawned, they add themselves to a particular array, and that array is each type of thing. Like there's an array for enemies, there's an array for projectiles, there's an array for blocks on the map. So this way, when an enemy or when anything encounters one of these, it'll check that array and go, oh wait, it's here. It must be one of these. And then they have set behaviors to figure out what to do based upon that. I did save this right, yep. Okay. And the arrays are just, you know, global variables in RM, so they're easily accessible to anyone who needs them. Hopefully this one spawns tiger kitties. I need to go through and fix this particular enemy. This enemy was never really finished. I just needed a placeholder enemy, but I guess I'm going to finish them so I have quest enemies. And now they're just wholly unfair. They just keep charging at you and then do weird invincible leap attacks. Let's see, is she on this one? No? Well, that's inconvenient. Alright then, well, not that one then. Oh, I guess I have it set to exit to there. I did just copy paste a map when I did this, so it's kind of jank on that there, but it's gonna eventually be a tutorial map, so it just is a placeholder until I get something done there. I really need to not have them spawn 5,000 of them at this spot here. This NPC is only here so I could easily find her and then do the quick test for this. Alright. Failed triggered. Wait a minute. What's that one? I remember I had a problem previous and I left that in there just in case the problem ever came back. So sitting at 651. Oh, it's not finding any treasure. That's okay. It doesn't got to find treasure. I don't care about that. Oh, of course it's not going to log that. What am I thinking? Variable set value 190. Wait, 190 is... Let me double check that I'm even logging the right one. Okay, well that's a lot of enemies. Maybe it is removing itself from the array, and that's not the problem. Maybe it's just adding itself to the array over and over and over. That could easily be a problem too. So page 1 would have that. I think what might be happening is it's trying to spawn them in, and if it fails, it's still adding to the array. That might be what's in. That might be my guess here. Maybe not though. Yeah, right there. So basically, yeah, it spawns them in. If they can't move, normally it would just destroy them. It's like, okay, well, it's spawned in a location that doesn't work. But these have to be spawned in. They're important. They're quest thingies. I have them set to use the teleport thingy, but the problem is then it reloops back through this code, and it's adding them to the array again. So I think what's actually going to happen here is this code here, it adds them to the array, will then get implemented maybe under setup object. Is that what we're doing? That might be what we're doing here. page 2, actually, setup object. Alright, so under enemy, that should work. Well, I was half right on what I was doing. Instead of having the, instead of just not removing from the array, I just was adding too many times to the array. So the code was mostly working. Kinda. Sorta. Maybe. We'll see. If it breaks right now, we'll know it didn't work. I almost prefer to do an art stream over a coding stream. I think people would rather watch an art stream than a coding stream, to be honest. Unfortunately for game dev, you kind of got to do both. I guess if you have an artist, then you don't got to do both, but when you are the artist, you kind of got to do both. Alright, let's do a quick thing here. Yeah, the little hop thingy is pretty OP. Oh, thanks, Alice. That's pretty much what the last stream was. It's just me doing art for things. Apparently, I might have spawned a few extra items here. I see. Just a few. Okay, 10 enemies. That's what it's supposed to be. Wait a minute. Is that supposed to be right? So why is it going so slow? I imagine that was pretty relaxing. I could see that. For a while I was doing making maps in Incarnate. Like before I had a bunch of health problems and had to stop for a bunch of time, but there's actually still videos on my YouTube of it. And the earliest streams I did were actually something like a year and a half ago. And I was just doing that. I was just sitting there just making cool maps in Incarnate, going, okay, whatever. They were a lot of fun. Apparently it doesn't even delete the enemies correctly. Are they deleted? Huh. So it's not actually removing the enemies. Huh. That's weird. Yeah, it was a lot of fun doing those. The I'm not so big on sound design. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. When it comes to sound design, probably works for other people, but for me, I wonder if he's deleted themselves. I think music's a little better for me usually. I can listen to music design. I guess it depends on how good they are at their music though too. These are skills that I just do not have when it comes to like sound or music. I can pick out ones. That's why I just bought packs of them and said, yeah, something in here will work. Probably. Maybe. So why is it not destroying them? Just object damaged isn't doing it. It adds to the quest progress. That works. I was gonna make an actual puzzle game today, like a puzzle mini game, but then this started happening. I might still make the puzzle mini game today. We'll see. I do want to get this figured out because it was working and then I broke it somehow when I wasn't paying attention. Probably trying to set up something else, or maybe I just didn't notice it wasn't working. And this is EID. There's already a log for object destroyed, right? Yeah. Actually, one of my favorite things to do is do landscapes in Unreal Engine, but that's not actually going to get my game done ever. That's just an extra side thing that was kind of fun, and I can't really port them over to RM, so as fun as it is to do that, I'll hold off, I guess. Made this teddy bear last stream. It wasn't until after I made him that it looked like I found out it looked like he was on drugs. I was like, oh, the little yellow eyes there. Bit of jaundice going on or something. It's not the best. It's really not. But I already rendered, I don't know, hundreds of images for him. He stays. Good enough for me. He stays. Probably. I may make another one. I don't know. I might make a bunch more in general. Yeah. It's not totally worthless, you're right. But yeah, I had like 3 game projects going on, and yeah. That's a lot of game projects. This does less than 0 right there. For event 71 multiple times in a row. But at no point does object destroyed. Wait a minute. I've seen this happen before. This code's been notoriously bad. Well, this is what we do here. Object damage works fine, right? Less than 0 happened. It then tries to do this. So console.log 1. This will always show you exactly where a problem is. 100% of the time. Beautiful. It takes forever, but it's beautiful. If it fails to get the tiger kitty there, then it will It won't matter on these other ones because it has to hit number 2 or I'm already having more trouble than that. Let's see. The failure message didn't come up, right? No, I did once for 72. That just means there's no treasure spawned, and that's fine. Every once in a while it glitches and the treasure won't spawn correctly. Not a deep concern. Alright, so it runs through that code. And it'll fail here. I don't really care about that code. 6. We've already seen that it never reaches object destroyed, but I guess I'll put this right here. Actually, console log. HP remaining. And then sure. Swap the different music here. As much as I like some of these, I don't necessarily. Actually, I have a bunch of music that I'm supposed to be able to use on stream, but the problem is I got a copyright notice for using it, even though I paid for it. So, like, I'm supposed to have unlimited use. I got it from a Humble Bundle, but I'm currently resolving that. It's not an actual strike, it's just copyright notices. And I want no part of that if I can avoid it. YouTube's copyright system for music is incredible. Before it's even done producing an HD version, it can already tell you by the second what's copyrighted. Granted, it takes a long time for a 7-hour stream, which was the last one to have an HD version, but yeah, they were pretty thorough. But it's weird because there's like hundreds of tracks by these people, and only a handful of them give copyright problems. Like 5 or 6 out of the, I don't know, 200-300 I played last night during that 7-hour stream. Oh well, I want to test this. I increased her size in other places, and she was too big for the cards, so I need to change that. She is still kind of blocking. Okay, well, I'm definitely gonna have to rework that. Oh well. Sure. Actually, I'm gonna leave this map and come back in too, because I don't think I've ever done that with it, with the thing active. So I need to set it to inactive if you leave. Or I guess I could just leave the puzzle running. Then you could go back in. Not really. It wouldn't be that hard, I guess. The big problem I have right now is that her particle, like for the trail behind her, is actually much bigger than it used to be. Which I can just swap that out for a smaller one for this map. I can also make it where she doesn't actually have her character model there. Originally when I made it, let's see, I didn't really account for this change everywhere. I just thought it'd be cooler to change the scale of things, because when I looked at the scale, things were way off. Like some things were huge and other things were too small. So Poppy looked like she was either giant or tiny, but at the same time. Okay, so if map equals 20, I just got to change this. It's just let me double check this name here. Here, her abilities. Yeah, it's just regular Ghost. Okay, this will make it smaller. This is for 20. Map 20 right here. I have a system set in so that it changes her from just a normal form to like her ghost form if it goes above a certain height. But because of the visuals on this map, I had to set it up different for this particular map. Since, you know, RM doesn't actually have legitimate height, I have to fake it. So I'll test that in a second. We'll see how it looks, and if it looks not that great, then I'll do some sort of changes for it. I can also make her smaller for that map too. Like the characters are, this is the actual size of the frames, like what they really are. So shrinking them, I mean, there's so much detail in them as is, it doesn't really matter. Can't really enlarge them much more than this without some problems. Well, I guess I can. There's a lot of detail in them. This work. I want to see where these mobs are breaking so I can fix both problems at the same time. Well, one's just more of a tweak to make it look nice. The other one's a legit problem. Okay. It's all the way to 8. Okay. I should actually put the EID on these. That was a mistake on my part. Because there's more than one of them, so if I don't put the EID, I could be misreading it. Potentially. Oops. I'm not really that set in stone on her ghost form yet either. It's like, probably has the least amount of time put into it. And when I use the menu, I actually just have her be the white ball. Like the actual just like misty thing. I don't even bother with the rest of it. Okay, so does it even run this? I'm just going to keep it sequential. So I don't think it even gets to that part there, but just in case. Oops. And if it actually reaches the last command, it won't matter. Okay. We were seeing that it just stops at 8. It does say object damaged. But I don't know if that's 64 that was really there or not. That's the problem. Alright. It's possible if this game interests people enough, I might take the code for it and then adapt it to the other game that the code originally came from, because I actually had a different game I was working on, but then, well, that game was just always in dev hell, basically. Whereas this one is not so much. It has a clear-cut goal. Oh, that's right, I can really hear anyway. A little better, but still kind of hard to see them. I don't know if I want to make her smaller because visually she's about the right height as is. Because she's about as tall as the fireplace, which seems reasonable. Also, for some reason, this fire particle is not behind the fireplace. Huh. Can't say I like that. I could thin it out, but I can have a less to the particle. Or just make her the white thing there, though I don't think that actually helps much because it's still kind of big. I don't know. At least it's playable at this size, so you can still see what it is you're clicking on mostly. Huh. Kind of a mixed thing there. I want it to be a thick enough like fog behind her and everything so that it hides the back of her. But it looks more like she's a ghost. But not so thick that it literally hides everything behind her. It's also partially Bloom's fault, because with Bloom on it makes it... all the whites are super bright with Bloom on. Where once it was actually somewhat transparent. Bloom will make it not transparent unless I make it basically not white. Alright, let's see what happens here. Kill them all. Yes. Okay, what's happening? Isn't it though? Let's see, 8:35. Oh, I'm stupid. Sure, I'm too lazy to change that code there, so we'll just write like this, isn't it? As used to obj dot underscore event ID. There we go. That'll do what I want. I'm just gonna make a quick change here so I don't have to keep going to the second map. This will just serve as my test. She's in area 3. That'll do. That should be all I need to do. I made a portal system that goes and tells it which variables to use, because all the combat maps are randomly generated and they're blank to start with. So I have a whole system to deal with that. All the entire game's combat and everything is handled by essentially 9 different maps. It could be one, but I had an original system where I was actually building an entire world and I had maps in each direction, and I never got rid of that. That's weird. It should have been right here. It's not. Okay. I guess this is area 4. That's not weird at all. I just put the wrong number. So 79 gets all the way to 12. And then it flubs it. You're messing up on a console command? Wait, what? Did any of them manage to make it to 13? This one did. All those ones stopped at 9. It's weird. I guess a lot of things actually use this particular thing there, so they would stop at 9. Even like the items and everything would stop at 9, so that's not, doesn't mean anything. Yep, failed at 12. This one got to 13. Oh, I got 13. Oh. Because there's one. First of all, there's more than one. Are they like invincible or something? Oh, they've removed themselves from the array but not destroyed themselves. So it would never hit them. Those ones are still in the array, so they're fine. Are they fine? How many things are even in the array at this point? -4. So because they're not destroying themselves, they're executing the code repeatedly. This one doesn't even remove itself from there at all. It just stayed at -4 there. -5, -3, -2. No. It was initially 10, right? Well, it actually went to negative there as well. is a fault in my logic. I could just include the code that adds it right there, and then just have a thing that removes it if that's the case. Seems like it'd be way smarter on setup though. I guess I just need to check what the variables had at each of these locations too. But page 1 should have it do this. And it shouldn't add it right there because it's an enemy. And until this point it shouldn't have it at all. That's what it's called. I guess I should number these too. I got a new mouse and it's not the best mouse. It seems to kind of slowly drag on the mouse pad. Every once in a while I get these weird little jerky motions with it. Not a fan, no. Well, enjoy your lunch. Hopefully it's something delicious. Oh, I always do. Thanks for dropping by. If you get bored later, chances are I will still be here, hopefully not fixing this problem. Normally the enemies just kind of follow the same system, so this is not usually an issue, but new type of enemy. Anyway, have a wonderful lunch. It's enough information to do another test here and see about where it's going to go. I need to change that to area 4 so I can just cheat and do that. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. So on the next trip, I'm sure I'll have to do another test. The next trip will actually be much shorter. It just kind of teleport to where I'm at. Weird. Actually, that should be enough to know what's going on. Look at how many times they fail to place themselves. Oh, those ones failed a whole bunch of times before they finally placed. So it says there's 9 in the array, but it's actually only got 7. Like there's 9 total enemies, but there's 7 in the array. 8 and 7. 7 and 7. Why is it not, -4? It's subtracting that information from one other location. Right there, it removed itself just fine and it knocked the numbers down by 1. That worked. The problem arose right here. Where it looks like 76 removed 72 from the array. How does that even work? It would find itself in the array. Or it should. I mean, 73 removed itself from the array just fine, because 73 was here, it ran through its code and did that. I don't think 74 was ever destroyed, was it? Yeah, 106, and these things shouldn't have done anything. How did they code this event? NBC 3 and 4, which I think don't actually have anything special on them. Yeah, it runs the same code for all of them. But on event destroyed, it is in fact not removing itself necessarily from the array. I don't believe it's this color A thing because I've been using the same code for everything else, but just in case. Well, this can actually flip a switch in something too. I would like to test this code on regular enemies without those around. As far as I know, this code works perfect the rest of the time. So if it works perfect for everything else, it has to be something specifically with how I've coded those. Even though they are recycling a huge amount of code. So it can only be a few locations where that can even be a problem. That too says -4. Which is right here. Oh, I think I have the answer to this one. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I have to do this a very specific way. So what's actually happening is the anything that successfully spawns is adding itself to the array and adding +1 to the number of mobs that are out there. However, the ones that fail to spawn are just being told to be destroyed. They go here and they remove themselves from the array. They remove a number. That's why we're hitting negatives, because they're not. It's not a 1-for-1 add like they're supposed to be doing. So let's fix that. Yeah, that's way up here. I need to get rid of all this commented code because I'm probably not going to use it, but it's in place in case I was going to use it. So I accidentally hit Control C like an idiot. Couple ways I can go about this, but we'll do that teleport. Oh wait, no, you can't define it like that. I was gonna do a quick trip there, but I just gotta put it in 2 locations. That feels so bad. Because it's literally executing code here to add it to the array and then immediately remove itself from the array. This is just a concession to the randomizer, making things more complicated than it needed to be. There's essentially 2 randomizers going on. There's the one that builds the levels, and then there's one that randomly places mobs around the player. It puts them just off the screen usually, except for the quest mobs that are currently rigged to spawn right there. But usually they're put just off the screen, so they come running onto the screen, and it looks like they've always been there. And in reality, they were only a step or 2 off the actual screen. Why is the array 5? Something else adding itself to that array? Okay, that's weird. I'm gonna check the previous version real fast. I want to see where this error came about. Might potentially have been an error from longer ago. I didn't make a backup for today, but I might not have. I guess I didn't. Well, a little late to make the backup, but just in case. I usually have a daily backup. As you can see by all these things here, where the times I worked on, it's just like, yep, every day. Well, unless I skipped a day, of course. But I usually don't have to go back and use them. Sometimes, though. Sometimes I do. I don't think I'm gonna backpedal 2 days or anything like that, but sure. Hey, back when that thing still worked. Nice. This'll do. Come on, random enemies, where you at? Yep, it was working during this. One of those places I like to test. That's weird. So the error was a while ago. Look at how many times it adds itself to the array. That was a teleport error. Okay, so it was going on a while ago, so this is nothing new. Alright, well, apparently the code was that stuff a while ago. Fair enough. If that's the case, then I just didn't notice the bug. Alright, so it's subtracting itself from the array potentially faster and often removing the wrong thing from the array. So as far as I can tell, this code works fine. Unless it's running this code multiple times. I guess I need this code right here. If somehow it fails to destroy the event, it would run this code, but otherwise it should never run this code at any point. That'd be weird though, because the other thing it destroys hundreds of events every few seconds with no problem. So it shouldn't have any problems with that particular code. It's got to be something that's in the events themselves. There's a lot that can go wrong, so you know, it's not surprising. Well, you destroyed one. Did it add itself to the array or no? Yeah, something's adding itself to that array. It's like everything getting added to this array? Actually, ironically, 105 doesn't even look like it's in the array. Or 106. Why would they run page 3 at the very start? That's really out of order. Because page 3 is where the cell switch D is, right? Let's double check this here. It looks like it's trying to destroy itself at the start. Oh, this is one of the Jack enemies. Are these ones, I guess? No? Where are the Jacks at? These Eddie's Heroes? These ones here, okay. I guess those ones could actually be they're failing to spawn. And that's why they're destroying themselves. That would make sense. And then it runs 9 through 12, which is those 13, 14, and it should destroy itself. Wait, it ran 14. Wait a minute. Why did it run 14? Shouldn't be possible at all. Alright, well. Stuff be a little more messed up than I thought. That worked out really well. I put a P in there and it just put it right where I wanted. Fair enough, thanks for reading my mind. Alright, I guess we're going to go ham on this, huh? This is a much more troublesome bug than I thought it would be. Because for some reason it's not destroying the events outright. And it seems like a code is failing somewhere. If I have to go through each of the functions of the other and see exactly where it's breaking, I'll do it. But I don't think I have to do that much. Maybe. All this for memory management reasons, because I don't want it to spawn too many enemies, because ARM won't be able to handle it. ARM can handle quite a bit. But also they need to add to the array, because otherwise the projectiles won't know what they're shooting. That's the only way the projectiles can tell what they're doing. So 20 goes 15, 16, 17, then 14. It's fair. That would be how it would work. How is it not destroying itself? What sense does that even make? Everything else successfully destroys itself. You'll see these other ones here, they actually hit 17 and then they're just done. They don't, there's never the 14, because the 14 is if it, you know, the code that should never be reached. Yeah, those work fine. It's just selectively certain ones aren't destroying themselves. You'll notice right here that it 48 destroys itself just fine. 47 destroys itself just fine. I don't even know what it's adding to this array at this point. Let me do a quick look here. If I do this, then I should only have to run the code once. We're doing it because it's going to trigger too far if it can't spawn. That's just page 1. Oh. My fingers were off the keys. Oh, I have too far equal to 1. Fair enough. But here I have too far equal to true and false. What the? Make up your mind, buddy. Actually, that one can be equal to 1. That's fine. Doesn't matter, because at the bottom I have a... that there. Okay, that should allow me to have it just in one location. Back to page 1 for a double check here that I didn't botch that. See, for the bosses having true is their, you know, too far thing, and the other one's having 1 and 0. It seems so weird. Like I need a system for all of it, or two different systems entirely. I wonder if they set the switch to their D, but the other ones don't do that. Seems like I'd want to just run the destroy command and not actually have anything special go on there. We'll give it a test and see how it rolls. Nope. That's the wrong one. We need to increase the size on that. Oh. You get an idea of just how many events are being created and destroyed at any given time by the creator to see that it actually does what it does and does it well. In the time I ran over here, all these events have been added and destroyed. Just making up the level. What's this? Oh. I really don't think the creator is the problem. What's this? 1 and 2 are failing on these. So 994. Okay, sometimes it doesn't have a quest NPC tag, that's fair. So these are almost certainly the mobs, or that's not necessarily true actually, they could be a lot of things. Actually wait, these are an enemy. So that would mean that these are... Oh, it runs this twice for some reason. No, it doesn't. Number 2 here. Number 2 is at 43. It's once again not a quest NPC, so it's fine. Okay. That means that the only things that have been actually spawned that should matter are these. And 107 does exist. It should be in the array. .108 shows up and immediately does page 3 object damaged. And then proceeds to run itself through this, but it's not even in the array at that point. So it 14s for some reason. So the secret is probably in that they're object damaging at the start. Right, because page 3 is just that. Okay. Page 3 does this. Object damage, blah blah blah. Oh, it definitely is, Mathis. It can get pretty out there. That's why I'm largely just following the things here. Yeah, this is all JavaScript. See, what's happening here, I'll show you the logic of what's happening here. So, all of my events have all my enemies have, their self-switch D just runs this common event. Every single one of them. And that's so that I only have to change this one common event, and it changes all the code for all of them. It's going to be the same common event every time, so I'm not too worried about it. And what it does is it calls a function that I've written called, I build an NPC page 3, which is just an object basically. An object name, an object, actually a property of that object, so which is also an object, and then yet another object, which is this function here. And then it'll wait 10 frames and then turn itself switch D off if the event still exists. Page 3 that it runs, it just takes the information, which is its event ID, which you saw at hand right here, this dot, underscore event ID. This is how you get the event ID of any event that calls it. You'll find in JavaScript, this represents the object that is currently being used. So it hands that information to here. And then it takes that and it gets the game map event related ID, that actual event ID. And that's just the whole event object. That's why I'm calling it event OBJ. It's short for event object. Once you have that, that is the entire event. That is every single thing it has. Anything, its graphics, all of it. We're good to go. That's the whole thing. I set up a little code here that says, that's just a, you know, a number 1. And if at any point this happens to get changed somewhere along the line, like I decide I don't want this code at the bottom run, it will just not trip this. Otherwise, it just defaults to run. So if I wanted to make a recycle code equal, you know, 0 here, then whenever this became true, this code would no longer run. It's just a simple trip method, you know, it's like a tripwire basically. Spawn table here, I give all my events a self variable. This is based on Hime's self variables, which is a plugin I'm using. It's very good, it's very efficient. It's yeah, this one here. And it's pretty much my favorite one for those things like that. I could probably link it in the chat if you want it. It just lets the self variables get attached to various events and everything, which is important. And then this is a switch, and all the switches do is it's basically like an if statement that it just takes a specific instance of each thing. So if this spawn table variable is equal to enemy, it'll trigger this. If it's equal to destroyable, it'll trigger this, and so on down the line. And it only does, you know, whichever one, and then it's done with it. It saves on nested ifs and everything. And then here it runs the recycle code, which it's just defaulted to run every time at this point. I'm using a try and catch. What a try and catch does is it, if the code fails, it does an error. It just will skip that code. It's a very useful command. A simple console log just puts that information in the console. And then it runs my next function here, which is object damage. And it feeds it all this information here, which is the spawn table from there. And player damage, which only matters if the player is being damaged or doing the damage or something like that. I'll have to look and see. Once it does all that, it then runs this bunch of code here, checking to see if it's the player, and it's got double checks to see which damage amount we're talking about here. I can run you through all those checks if you'd like. I set up some variables and timers that I'm going to call later, but only in specific instances. I just didn't want to type it a bunch. But then it comes down to the spawn table again, and once again it runs another switch, and this is where it runs the enemy thing here. And it goes down the list here, and the first thing it checks is if it's too far. If it's too far, it just destroys itself, which is actually what I should be doing for the other thing here and the change I'm going to make. If not, then it goes through and checks the object's HP, subtracts the damage amount from it, and then it runs a simple if, saying that, you know, if the HP is below 0, you know, remove the image, and then, which is individual remove image commands. And then if there's no treasure, if there's a treasure, then go ahead and spawn it, and that's what the item table does. And then these create particle things, like one of them is the blood thing, and the other one is like a blood explosion. 2 different events are spawned in right at the spot of the event there. And then it runs object destroyed. You can see how far down the rabbit hole this goes. And then under object destroyed, it runs yet another switch, which you'll find to use a lot because they save on all nested ifs. And then it goes through and removes itself from the array, the event ID. And this is what's the problem that's happening right now. All these console logs are just counting so that to see where it's breaking. But I have an array that counts the number of enemies. Actually, this is just a variable that counts the number of enemies, and then an array that has all their event IDs. More console logs. And then this is where it's supposed to destroy it. If everything goes well, it never runs 14 here because the event would be destroyed. That's kind of what happens in a nutshell every time something is, you know, hit by a projectile. If that seemed overly complicated, well, you see, the stream is all about doing dumb things in RPGMaker, so this is why it's called that. You need to do all this? No. But if you want your game to look like Diablo and RPGMaker, yeah. You should see what happens when I talk about the creator thingy that makes the bubble. Oh gosh, you know, the memory manager. This monster is just... I need like to really be on my game to even edit this particular plugin because of all the things it does. It's just so much math involved because it builds the levels and everything, and it runs all the logic to attempt to make things not land on each other. Even then, there's a backup logic system because it doesn't work that well. It works okay. It does make all the levels, so it's not totally stupid, but yeah, it's not perfect is the best way to describe it. So in this case, don't do that. Do this. Yeah. Because this makes me wonder what's on its cell switch D, and it runs the damage calculations and all that. This will just demolish it outright. This is also why bug fixing can take a while, because there's so many systems that I just have to basically go down the list and see where something breaks. And every time I add something new into the system, in this case quest NPCs that don't follow the same rules and aren't a boss or anything, so they have different coding than the bosses do, it needs to now account for this new thing. That's also why I try to make all these things like this, because, you know, if I have this code in each and every event, then if I made a change to even one, I would have to make a change to every single one. Whereas now, they're calling the same things, so I only have to make changes in one location. This is the same thing you do in UE as well, like, you know, an Unreal Engine, exact same thing. Reusable code, so you don't gotta code a bunch of things over and over. That's probably enough code to figure out, enough things to figure out what went wrong, if anything. I shot it, it does 9, then 15 through 17. But I'm not surprising you find it confusing, because even I look at this sometimes and I'm confused by all the things that it's doing. So I have to run all these things in here to see where everything's happening, to see where the mistake is going on. Yeah, somewhere it is not adding a thing, or subtracting it in a way that doesn't work. Because the array should always be correct every single time. Okay, I'm going to remove that stuff from the creator one because there's just too much spam going on with that. I already knew that it would be ridiculous, but still. That's one of the reasons why I don't like working with this particular plugin, is because it's doing so much work behind it that if you start console logging stuff, oh, it just turns into a giant mess. And here I thought I was just going to make a simple puzzle thingy today. I might actually just take a break from this and make the puzzle thingy. Because sometimes you need a clearer head on something. Also, it can get really boring to watch me sit there and constantly try to figure out the problem. I'll eventually figure it out by just simply running the same tried and true method of basically going through each step and figuring out what's going wrong. But I'm not gonna lie. There have been some nights where a particularly difficult bug could take a couple hours. Or more. I think there was one bug that was... Oh gosh, it was so inconsistent. It was so hard to pin down. I forgot what actually caused it, but... It also worked around the enemy things. It was because it was not removing the images for the enemies sometimes. Or it would just just remove the images without actually the enemy being dead. It was so bizarre. It's like guys, the enemy's still there. It was a nightmare. So 18's in the array there. And then... Huh. That's not the right number, though. Where did 18 come from? Because at no point has 18 reported itself. Yeah, 18 never reported itself. Alright, well, what in the world is 18 then? So game map. Tell me about event 18. Well, it's a surprise that nobody I spawned it in. A lighter circle movement. It's definitely an event. It's got an attack option. This definitely has to be a one of mine. That's not very helpful. It's pushing its event ID, I think, not its create event ID. Right? Yeah, we're just working off its regular event ID. Yeah, be curious. This is all the stuff that goes on in an event. An event is just an object, and all these are little mini objects and functions built into it to do all the stuff. And you can add things onto these. A lot of it doesn't matter. Some of it does matter quite a bit. Also, a lot of plugins add to them too, so. Well, this is kind of a giveaway that it's just one of the attackers. One of the clowns. But it did not add itself. My question is why it did not add itself. Because, I mean, they're all being destroyed just fine. And it seems like the number of enemies being added is correct. What in the world? Console runs a lot of commands, so it can make it kind of difficult to see things. Or to run things. It gets a lot of information required. Well, 18 got recycled. Unless it's doing it in a reverse order. Is that what's happening? I assume it destroyed itself. And then probably spawned another one in. Here the thing is actually clean. That's weird. Very inconsistent. Let me test the other thing out. It could be trying to do things too fast. There is a problem with RM in that it's can only handle things so quickly. And it tries to execute an entire script command within a single frame. But certain things can't be done in a single frame because it calls upon other stuff, so it kind of goes down a rabbit hole, and sometimes you can ask too much of it in too short a period of time, in which case it will have problems. Oh, with that console open, it's just so difficult on the thing. Alright, well those are a thing. Let me order those. These two. How's this looking? I guess it's working. I mean, it looks like it. Was that for a second? Make everything move faster. Is it still alive over there? Yeah, it is. It looks like it's been fixed. Okay, it's just a weird timing issue. Because on the ones that were marked as too far away, I was having it put the switch that damages them. And then it was basically running the code over and over trying to see if it should be destroyed, whereas I could just tell it to destroy it. I mean, that just fixes the problem. Okay. Now, after that ridiculous problem has been solved, I can actually work on the important thing, which was a dopey puzzle. But first I'm going to remove all these dumb console logs, because that's a lot of commands to ask. Take quite the performance hit if the thing's open. You still take a performance hit in general, but it's much worse if the console's open. That console log I'd like to keep. I do not need this one. So I solved a major problem I didn't even know I had today. Good enough. This is a lot of console commands. I'm fine with all those. I'm gonna keep those console commands. I think everything else is fine. Alright, well, now that that's done. So, for this puzzle game that I'd like to do, do I send them to a random map to do it? Some sort of mystical realm and all that where they're assembling the puzzle piece so it can open up the area. Or do I have them just kind of do it where it's at? Or do I actually... I do kind of want the player to have to do it. It'd probably be better if it was like some sort of special room for it, as opposed to having it on top of the regular painting stuff. Well, I guess there's a couple ways I can do this. I could have a puzzle game like that. The other option is to simply check and see if they've found a particular puzzle piece, and if they have, then it just appears on the painting that's involved, and you don't have to assemble it at all. How fun do I think it would be for them to have to assemble a small set of puzzle pieces, basically? Like, I mean, because 25 puzzle pieces isn't exactly the world's most complex puzzle. It could be a break, though, from what they were doing. That's not the worst idea. I probably want a recyclable map that I had him build the puzzle on. And then, how would I have him move the puzzle around? I don't have a carry animation for Poppet. Nor do I necessarily want to make a carry animation. I could have them click the piece and have the piece float after them, and then have them click where they want it to go. And they could move to that location. That'd probably be okay. I mean, because, you know, Poppet's a witch, so she's a witch doll. She has all magical powers, but there's a reason for having magical powers. It's not because she's a doll. That'd probably be the best way, because having to make an entire animation for it probably wouldn't be that great. If only because visually it would look kind of weird. In the 2D thing, I would have to have like a 2.5D map in order to assemble a puzzle if that was the case. To make it visually look not terrible. But all the puzzle pieces are 2D anyway, so it seems kind of ridiculous. Well, let's recycle the pumpkin house, shall we? And I can change graphics later. These ones are going to need to be draggable. Probably have to have specialized events for those too. Thinking about it. I was going to have that anyway though for putting it over the puzzles anyway. Or putting over the paintings. I guess the advantage to doing it with a singular room instead of having it assembled on top of the pictures would be that I don't have to have any complicated system to display all the different puzzle pieces. The downside is they could check their progress by simply walking by the painting, which might be kind of cool later. But checking your progress really wouldn't provide any extra gameplay, whereas assembling the puzzles does require extra gameplay, or does produce extra gameplay, which is probably better. Yeah. Okay. Probably better. Okay, well, let's make a generic... Not this one. I was pulling code from it earlier. We're going to go ahead and go with skipping on this. I don't plan on using that. But I will borrow some code real fast. Mostly this code, so I can do this. Let's see. Let's work on making it draggable first. Oops. Not where I want to put that at all. Basically what I'm doing is I'm going to set up where I have a self variable here for if it's currently being dragged, and if it's not, then I'm going to have it well, first I'll check for the OK button. So OK is being pressed. If it's equal to true, then we're just gonna... Oops. Plugin command, no one uses those are terrible. This will be a this set self variable. We're going to set it to false. Otherwise, we're going to set it to true. And then the rest of the time, we're We're going to make another copy of this code here, but we're not going to use some of this stuff here. We're going to keep this. And if drag is being true, it's going to move towards the player. It's going to sit, and we don't need OK on this one. I think that's all I actually need, right? Yeah, if you're within 480, it'll do that. And then I also want to do something to indicate it's being dragged. Thankfully, I already kind of wrote this code. We're going to recycle the frozen effect for it. Not the full frozen effect, just the animation, because I don't want to make a new one right now. I'll make it after I set the system up. I'll be like, okay, well, now I have this. Why am I setting this twice? I don't know. I'm sure there's a reason for it, in that I'm going to delete this other option kind of way because it's stupid to have it set twice. Sure, we'll do this. Oh, there's more that I need to do here. Is there? I don't think so, because it already moves towards it. I'm gonna have to have a setup so when you place it, it'll do that, but we'll get to that. This is eventually going to get moved to either a comment or just straight up to a plugin. Okay, so we'll do that. Event OBJ is not a thing that exists here. It's something I made up in my plugin, so I have to actually put this in place of it. Unless I wish to run the command to set event obj to be equal to the event itself. That should be fine. Then we go in here and we delete it if it's not being dragged. I'll probably want to push it to an array as well. I'm on doing that and remove it from the array if they're no longer carrying it. So this way I can check the carried event ID against the location. Do I need to do that? I guess if I do that, then by pushing it to the carried array, I can see if the carried array is too long. If the carried array is too long, then I can tell it won't carry anymore. So I'm going to make a carried array right now just to get it out of the way. Pure laziness on my part. I don't want all my arrays in the same locations. I guess I don't really have them in the same locations anyway, the enemy variables. I'm running out of space for player variables, aren't I? Huh. Guess I am. Huh. Okay, well, unfortunate. So 64. And I think on a map load, I'm just gonna zero that out. Or I can do it on map builder. And then in this event here, let's see. Just going to go ahead and do a little borrowing of code here. So in the case of true here, I remember to add it to 64. I can actually rework my spawn system to not need the max enemies thing. Well, I guess not max enemies so much as it doesn't need the actual current number of enemies, because I could just have the length of the enemy array. Right. Thankfully, I already wrote this code, so I don't have to do it again. It's basically just a simple JavaScript code to remove a value from it. It finds it and then removes it, basically at one from the position by splicing it. But I'm not gonna lie to you, typing that all the time kind of sucks. Kind of sucks indeed. The longer I do this, the more I make tools. Which I should actually just release the tools plugin, though. The tools plugin's a hot mess, being the oldest plugin I have. A plugin I was once so proud of. It's still very useful. It does a lot of things. Handles a lot of event interaction, actually. It also does a lot of really dumb things, so I just left the things and then they aren't even useful anymore. Okay, so we have... I need one more if on this. Let's just see if it works first before I get too crazy here. 333. That's a lot of events on this map. Okay, so on this map here, Where do I want it? How about 60 and 19, I guess. Sure. Each of the story maps I have an event up in the corner, and the event up in the corner just spawns in all the scenery. So this way, when I leave the map, I can just erase all of them, and it will be much cleaner than having to sit there and code them to have to be reset every time someone goes onto the map. Okay, well, clearly something didn't go right on that. I should set its P emitter to 2. P emitter Z. Maybe I'll set it at 4 just to see what happens. Oh wait, that's not even my thing. It went in the other direction. Stupid me. Z defaults to 2, so that should be fine. Let me double check that this doesn't have the wrong things on it. Do a backup of this for a second. A lot of these things are built into it for purposes of doing the for like the mini map and stuff in the combat areas, since I just copied an event that was supposed to work in the combat areas and didn't bother to copy one that's supposed to work in the normal areas. A little bit too big there. I never thought having a widescreen monitor would be so crappy, but when you do streaming, it sucks because there's a big portion of the screen that's not actually usable for streaming. So I have to keep shrinking all the windows down intentionally. Oh. That's interesting. It never spawned. Did I write it correctly, or did I make a syntax error somewhere in here? It doesn't look like I did, but let's double check that I didn't syntax it up. It's fine. The priority of the event shouldn't make any difference. After all, the image is not tied to that. It's just not even spawned in at all. Oh. That's because I'm a doofus. You'll notice that this actually was never set to run. Every day I get more and more skilled at JavaScript, I make stupider and stupider errors. It's just how it is. Don't even worry about it. It's just how I am. It's fine. Seems like people have wandered off. Fair enough. We'll stream later if people are around. If no one is around, then I will only stream so long. You did spawn in right this time, right? Sure. Weird. That sudden drop in, it looks like a disconnect almost. I guess I'm still connected. Okay. Gotta wonder sometimes. Well, it spawned this time. Oh yeah. Reminds me, I actually have a puzzle plugin that I was working on. Which actually should probably have certain things tossed in there. Actually, the whole puzzle system should be in here instead of having it be randomly lost in the DM thingy. Which is turning into kind of a mess of a plugin anyway. I guess this is only used in one location anyway. Maybe I'll set this up, make certain that spawns, and then call it for tonight, potentially. We'll see. Okay, if no one's watching, after 3 hours, usually call it. However, if people are watching, you know, probably worth it to watch, or to keep going. True. That reminds me, I want to check something real fast. Huh. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to change this to puzzle. And then here go make some changes there. This puzzle piece doesn't need to be changed, that's fine. Everything's still handled by items, so that's fine. And then the regular puzzle one here should probably I did move a puzzle piece over, right? Yep. That one can stay. That can stay. I think that covers everything. Okay. Well, part of it was okay, except for this. So 10, 12. WinCon's not on this, is it? Oh. Still on DM. This monster of a plugin that just does many dumb things. Okay, so that one had to be fixed. There's the puzzle piece. It's spawned below things, but there it is. Yuri. It okay? And look, it moves towards me. It's just, huh. Huh. Nice. Or is it dictating at Z? Because for some reason Z is kind of off. Let me test the rest of it. Before I worry about what I broke on the other thing. Well, I guess I haven't really broken any what I messed up when creating the new thing. Okay, that's not what it's supposed to do at all. Ah, okay. puzzles anymore. This is what happens when you rename your functions and you have to sit there and change every single one of them out. Well, it's like 15, so it can be easily seen. 62. I don't know why it's spawning behind everything. Right. Somewhere along the line, I'm changing its Z from, I think I have it at 2 to negative a lot because the picture frames are back, I think, at negative 12, I believe? Maybe negative 13? There's that. Puzzle piece in space. Yay! That's exciting. A lot more drop-ins today. Interesting. I wonder if those are from the actual forums or if they're from somewhere else. Huh. Hard to say. There's no errors, right? No. Looks like everything is set to work correctly. Okay, that'll do that. Oh, that appears to work now. Today we fixed a massive error with the game that I didn't realize was even happening. We have the puzzles appearing in the picture there. We have a system to kind of erase them and put it back. Try to make the draggable puzzle. You need to make this so it spawns above things. It's just spawning below everything, and that's not what I want. Oh. That's kind of doofy. I guess I could just manually do the code. We don't need 90% of this anyway. All it really needs is basically that for now. Double check this real fast. I'll also just do this and then figure out why it's not spawning the right Z. See how this goes. RPGM's not a very visual program. It does make me wonder sometimes. You go far enough down the rabbit hole and it's just... it does silly things. Did I not save? I did. But it's not registering it as a puzzle, is it? Nope. not that one. It's time to change the music again. Goodness knows it had been going for quite a long time. Kind of just forget about it and just start doing my things and, you know, whatever. A lot of random viewers dropping by for a few seconds and then leaving. Interesting. Fair enough. I'm still going to finish this. Afterwards, I might just call it for the night. It's kind of boring having no one to talk to. We're just going to take a lot of the same code from this. Leave that open. It's right on top of the start menu over here. Very inconvenient. Really, after shooting 7 hours yesterday, I'll be happy with just having this one be much shorter. I don't know what an uzzle is, but... Oh. Hey, J. Marie, how's it going? Nice. I can get behind that. Of course, for you, it's probably a normal time. I mean, it's 3:13 a.m. here or so. So you just roll out of bed to, you know, get some delicious caffeine, food, and then watch a stream? Maybe? That's early. I don't like 6:13 a.m. either. It's terrible. I'm making a puzzle mini game. I ran into a whole bunch of errors earlier, and I was supposed to start this puzzle mini game like 3 hours ago. Right now I'm trying to make it so that you can drag puzzle pieces around and then assemble them into a puzzle. I'll make it move faster, of course. I'll probably move the particle down around him too, so it looks like it's actually caught him more, but it's also not turning it off. Also, she shouldn't be able to talk there, it's weird. Well, I fixed the problem with the puzzle piece not being at the right height there, but for some reason, it still drags. Well, actually, it turned off there. It does that. My logic's slightly wrong, because now when you click it again, it's supposed to shut off like that, but it took 2 clicks to shut off. And what I'm going to have it do is, I'm going to have it check for the end location where you're at and see if it's, if it matches, and if so, it'll put the puzzle piece in place, and if not, well, it will just keep floating after you. Maybe it'll make a noise saying that it's not in the right location. So the first thing I want to do is just move this down some. And then, why does this not work? Just setting up a little thing so that when it I click the button, it tells me which one it did. I'm also going to make this time longer. Trying to make it move a lot faster. It's basically a reverse system here, where, you know, if it checks for this variable, if the variable is true, it sets it to false, and if it's the variable's false, it sets it to true. And then while that variable's on, it tells it to move towards the player. Or stay with that variable set to true. I'm actually stuck listening to the same handful of tracks at the moment because I got yet another copyright thing from those people using their tracks. So I'm in contact with them now to get them to whitelist my channel so they stop putting copyrights on me. I could put a weird little blue particle at the end of her wand or something like that to show that that she's moving the thing. How about that? It might take more effort than it's worth. Yeah, it sucks. There was like, actually, I can just show you, I believe. Let's see. Let me find it real fast. Not that one. Nothing I'm worried about showing. Okay, that's fair. As you can see, like right here, it just shows you the exact time that it happened. But I mostly registered them at the end, which is strange because I could have sworn I listened to these tracks more than once. But here we are. Here we are indeed. So until I resolve that, I can't have the I can't use those tracks because I'm not sure which ones are a problem. Though there seems like there's certain ones that I suspect are a problem. This appears to work perfectly now. I just didn't have a long enough wait, I guess. How fast do I want it to move though? Do I want it to move a little faster than that? I'm also gonna make a thing so it stops sitting directly under the player. Yeah, J-Marie, it's kind of annoying. I directly contacted them this time. Normally, like if it's a DMCA, you have to give them like all your personal information too. Yeah, I did buy them, but it's one of those things where the thieves of the world ruin it for everybody. A lot of these people, you know, they'll buy all these tracks and then they'll try to resell them or something, or you know, just put the entire set of tracks available to list on there and everything, and listen to at any time, so people can just basically use them for free effectively. And well, they try to fight, but the problem with that is they set their own copyrights, and then YouTube just doesn't know who bought it or not. So then you got to deal with that problem. At least it's not an actual copyright strike, though. But if I ever reach the point of being able to monetize, which who knows on that, it can affect monetization. So better to deal with it now. But I'm so far off being monetized, I ain't even worried about it. I mean, I'm more just annoyed about that, but worried about being monetized? That will take some time, if it happens at all. I need one more of these here. Yeah, one step at a time. I mean, I'm doing pretty good. I've been streaming for about a month and a half, I think. So it's not like too incredibly long. And I mean, in the last like 28 days, I have like 74.5 hours watched. So that's not awful. A lot of people have said on Twitch and everything, and they don't even have that. So like they get 0 watches. So yeah, not doing terrible. But the fact that you need 4,000 watch hours in a year in order to even reach monetization, plus 1,000 subscribers. But you can, there's ways to basically cheat your way into 1,000 subscribers. You can't cheat yourself into the 4,000 watch hours. But you can just exchange subscriptions with people, and they'll you can pump your numbers that way. So if you can actually get up to the watch hours, shouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, if you could actually get those watch hours, you'd probably get enough subs anyway. It's just a lot of watch hours. This should do what I want. Do a quick test to make sure it does exactly what I need it to. Okay, that'll pull towards me, and then you'll just wait. Perfect. Well, I appreciate that. I would love help reaching the 4,000 hours mark. Oh my gosh, would I ever? So, the way I'm probably going to get there is just streaming a lot and consistently. If I stream, I don't know if I can stream every day. I still have to actually work too. So, at some point, there's a lot of hours. Last night I streamed 7 hours. People kept watching, and it's just like, okay, well, I did a lot of art yesterday. I think that was what it was. People were more excited to watch me do the art than to do coding. Very fair. That's why I have a character that's looking at people through the mirror. She's supposed to be replaced by a different character at some point, but I don't actually have that character made, so I just use a placeholder character. And this whole weird puzzle system is being added into. I have a weird portal through the wall because I can. It doesn't even look that great. I'm not sure maybe we keep it, but I also made a bunch of assets during that, and I just did a bunch of things. It was 7 hours. I did a bunch of things. It was a long time. This needs to be puzzle game 2. I might actually just have a... How big is the puzzle? Well, the current one is 25 pieces. They're not very large puzzles. They're just to open the next area. You collect the pieces, and then just as a minigame, you get to assemble them. I may include larger puzzles, though it's kind of tedious to collect all that. Like, you know, if you had a 100-piece puzzle, and you had to collect the 100 items to unlock the puzzle, that seems kind of tedious. I'm kind of an argument right now on that. It's the if I made it like 16 pieces, it would be really boring to do as far as assembling it, but people would be excited that they just could toss it together and go. Open the next area, so I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be an experimental thing. If people hate it, then I'll just take out the puzzle minigame. Yeah, there's definitely a happy median. I could also have, well, you know, you would assemble like the puzzle pieces to open the next area. I could have those be smaller, but I could also just include in the puzzle minigame giant puzzles just for people to mess with, just as a bonus option. That might be kind of exciting. Then it's just, you know, I'll give you like some sort of reward in the game if you happen to beat the harder puzzles, but otherwise you don't gotta do it. That's probably the way I will go with it. I'll likely reward people for completing each level of the minigame. But I had little mini puzzles to just open the next area, and the mini puzzles were just going to be like 25 pieces. They weren't going to be that many. I mostly just collected all the pieces and then just ran to the next area and solved it. If people don't like it at all, like if it's really annoying to them, I can just have it auto-solve too. It's not that hard. But we'll see. A lot of times these RPGs have lots of puzzles that by themselves aren't that amazing. But they're a nice way to break up the gameplay, because otherwise the gameplay gets very same old, same old. You gotta make all these, this code on all of them here. Hmm. I'm going to copy all these event pages just in case, because I don't want to have to add them in later. Even though this puzzle will be, this minigame will be done differently. I still need 25 pieces for it. And that can take quite a while, so to add to a whole bunch of ones, it's better to just have it as an option. Oops. Why am I setting them to the same thing? Oops. I think that's everything I'm going to need to do here for this. Pretty certain that's all I need. And then I'm going to make well, it's not going to do matches. In this case, I think on page 1 it's got to push itself to the array. I guess there's no reason it couldn't do all that right here. But to go into all the trouble to do it in here. Also, it doesn't really need to do a flame thing, I guess. So I guess it could do flames to appear. If I have a better thing for it. And then must be in relation to whichever thing spawns them all in, or in relation to some sort of central point. Well, without an actual event to base it off of, like I currently have with the picture frames, I guess I'm just spawning in one at the same location. Well, it wouldn't be the same location because it'd be a different map. I guess job one is just to spawn in all the puzzle pieces randomly on a map, but within a certain random location. I guess I gotta hurry up and make the all the events for it. I don't think I'm gonna need to make any other changes except for this here, 82. Just gonna go ahead and borrow from the other one. If I don't do this right now, then I'm gonna have to do it. Change it on every single one later. So make certain everything is exactly as I want it. I'm okay with that speed it's moving at. I think it doesn't need to move too fast. It's not like they're racing along to finish this. That's fair. Don't need that. I don't need puzzle spawned. I don't want to have to change that on everything. Do I need these colliders? No? I don't believe so. There's no colliders on these, so. Alright, well. I wish there was an easier way to do this so I didn't have to have 25 events for it. That's the stupid part. Items is currently taking up a very large amount of space here. I need to make myself a new background for this. All right. This should be sufficiently life-hating every time you have to do this particular thing. There's got to be a better way to do this. If you're never going to remove the events and you're just going to toss them all out there, then I can probably just have a thing that sets the self variable on each one. One of the, let's see, if every one of these when they spawn pushes their thing to an array, and then I make a code that says if your position is this in the array, then this is your self variable. I'll set self variable to that. In theory, I could have just one. Now the question is that a rabbit hole that I want to go down? They're all going to get pushed to an array anyway. Wait a second. Because if I don't have 25 of these events, that's pretty good. But instead of trying it with those, how about I try it with the tarot cards instead? If I can get this to work correctly, this might actually prove to be the best way to do it. Because it means I could get rid of so many events. Hey, there's a tarot game area already. Why? If I set up like this, then when I do the larger puzzles, I wouldn't actually need to have so many events, which would make the larger puzzles possible. Otherwise, you'd need like 100 events for 100 puzzle things. That's stupid. That would take so long to set up. And just be a complete nightmare for everything. Oh, looks like no one's around at the moment. 364. So really, because this thing is annoying to type in sometimes, let x equal keep a backup of this just in case I decide I don't like this method. Sure. Less than 22. Here, 278. Do that. If this works, I could actually have any number of these things. It wouldn't even matter the size. Just take this with me because I can. We'll figure out why these seams happen. Okay, I don't really care about taking it with me. Alright, let's see if this breaks. Okay, well, that did not do what I wanted. Let's see. Alright, so well, this because I had a console log that was in the wrong location. Well, missing a parenthesis. I'm just gonna go ahead and take this over here and dump it in and see if it's like syntactically correct. It is. Alright. When you add in a console command, it just completely ruins everything. Trying to make this code work, because if I make it work, then it'll save me having to have a whole army of events. It might actually finally crack the code, or at least doing this. It doesn't work too well for the randomizer area in the memory manager, but it works pretty well for purposes of this puzzle game here that I'm working on. I think once this is set up, if no one's watching, I'm going to bounce. 4 hours is kind of about where I want to be most of the time. Actually, 3 is where I want to be for most days if no one's watching. If no one's watching, yeah, longer. A lot more drop-ins today, though. That's interesting. I was blocking her. Oops. My memory is horrible. Are there duplicates here? Exactly, because I went to the cards already. Wait. There might not be any duplicates. Oh no. I had it all figured out. I think I'll figure it out tomorrow. Well, as exciting as this is, since I streamed 7 hours yesterday and there is currently nobody watching, I think I'll take this time to bounce. I will be back tomorrow night at around 11:45 p.m. Basically in the evening for anyone who's not in the US. It's Pacific time. And yeah, if you're watching at this point, you catch the video later. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and have a wonderful night, evening, morning, or whatever it is for you. It's Magic Villain signing out. Catch you later.